They're off in the Appalachian, presented by Japan Racing Association. There goes Jouster. Jouster right out for the early lead. Saranya comes away running in the second position. And then Gift List is third as they head down to the first turn. Plum Ali moves up from fourth down to her inside. And then further back, the two trailers as they swing around the turn. Flown, who's next to the rail. Spanish Love Affair, who's alongside her in the last spot, running nearly 5 lengths off the lead here early on as the field swings over to the backstretch. Jouster sets the tempo, and Jouster leads it by a length and a half. Opening quarter went in 24.82 seconds. And then it is Saranya in second by a length and a half, followed by Gift List. Now, Gift List in third position, still running some 3 to 4 lengths off the lead. Just settles down there in that spot and stalks the pace from that third position, although Plum Ali is moving up closer fourth, down toward her inside. And then further back, Spanish Love Affair and Flown at the back. The first half mile went in 49.87 seconds. Over to the far turn they go. Jouster is the leader. Jouster leads it by 2.5 lengths. Saranya second by nearly the same margin. Back to Gift List in third. Plum Ali is in fourth. Spanish Love Affair fifth on the outside is 7 lengths from the front, and Flown is at the back as the field turns for home. Quarter mile to come for Jouster. Jouster, the lead, out to 5 lengths now. Gift List goes to second up on the outside of Saranya, who's back to third. Plum Ali is fourth. Final furlong of the Appalachian. Jouster in front. Luis Saez, a quick peek over the shoulder to keep an eye on Gift List and Plum Ali. It is Jouster by 3 lengths. It is Jouster to win the Appalachian. 3 wins for Saez today. And then across the line, it was Gift List in second, followed by winner of Keeneland's 6th race, 33rd running of the Appalachian, presented by Japan Racing Association. 1, Jouster, owned by Starlight Racing of Jack Wolf and others, trained by Todd Pletcher. 3 wins today for off in the Commonwealth. There goes Special Reserve out for the lead. Flagstaff is there toward the inside. These two come forward. Bango away running in the third position, tries to join them, and shifting lanes now toward the far outside. Special Reserve, the early leader, 3/4 of a length. Flagstaff goes second by just ahead. Bango right alongside of that one, a close third. Mucho is fourth out in the center of the racetrack, a length and a half off the leader. And then Hidden Scroll, who is taken under a hold back in the 5th position from in between horses, a lane off the rail to the far turn. Hog Creek Hustle outside of that one, and Attachment Rate trails. Opening quarter went to 22.98 seconds. Into the far turn, Special Reserve leading at 3/4 of a length. Bango is second by a neck. Mucho third up on the far outside. Flagstaff comes next. Hidden Scroll fifth in between horses, 3 lengths off the front trio as they come to the quarter pole. Hog Creek Hustle, Attachment Rate at the back. Here's Mucho on the outside, tries to put a head in front. Bango fights on between horses. Special Reserve back toward the rail is still there as well. The front 3 in a line coming to the 8th pole. And then Flagstaff, who switches lanes toward the outside center of the track, 3 lengths away in fourth. It is Special Reserve with the lead. Flagstaff coming from the outside. Bango toward the inside. Flagstaff is running after Special Reserve. Flagstaff running by Special Reserve. Flagstaff to win the Commonwealth for Joe El Rosario. Close for second, either Attachment Rate or others in that runner-up photo. 121.84 for the 7 furlong. 7th race, 34th running of the Commonwealth Grade 3. 1, Flagstaff, owned by Lanes End Racing of W.S. Farish and by Horonis Racing LLC of Costa Horonis. John Sadler, the trainer. They're off in the Shakertown. High Crime, the Critical Way broke alertly. Just Might is away running in third. There's Hollis in fourth. Johnny Unleashed, a close-up fifth, moving through a crowd to challenge for the top spot. Imprimus is away running in the 6th position. And then Chessmaster in 7th, turned aside as 8th. Bound for Nowhere is 9th to the far outside. Ready for prime time, back toward the rail in 10th. Kantaka is 11th. And American Butterfly last of the 12 as they move on to the far turn. Johnny Unleashed against the rail has the lead around the turn, leads it by 3/4 of a length. The Critical Way second second on the outside. High Crime is third out toward the center of the course, 2 lengths off the front pair. Just Might fourth toward the inside. Imprimis is fifth, looking toward the far outside at the top of the stretch. Still 5 lengths off the lead. Chessmaster and then Bound for Nowhere behind that one. Coming to the final furlong, Johnny Unleashed short lead, but the Critical Way is there. Imprimis is coming on. Bound for Nowhere is running late on the far outside. Imprimis comes forward for the lead. Bound for Nowhere is trying to catch him. Imprimis has the lead. Bound for Nowhere is fighting on, but still second. Imprimis, Bound for Nowhere. These two to the line. Photo for the win in the Shakertown. What an effort by that pair. It'll either be Bound's 8th race, 25th running of the Shakertown Grade 2. Number 13, Bound for Nowhere. Owned and trained by Wesley Ward, the jockey Joel Rosario, his third winning ride of the day. Bound for Nowhere, 7-year-old son of the Factor, out of Fancy Deed by Allie Deed, bred in Kentucky by Wayne Lister, Gray Lister, and Brian Lister. They're off in the Central Bank Ashland. There goes Simply Ravishing right out for the early lead, past the Champagne, comes away in second. Moon Swag is right there toward the outside as they head into the first turn, but Simply Ravishing gets over to the rail and has the early advantage. Simply Ravishing on top by 3/4 of a length. And Moon Swag will go second, just off the leader's flank in that second position, a length past the Champagne, moves up the rail, closer third. Gap of 2, Carlin's Catch travels along toward the inside, and fourth a half length. Malathat fifth on her outside, and Will's Secret at the back, running 6 lengths off the lead. The opening quarter went to 24.26 seconds. Simply Ravishing the leader. Simply Ravishing on top, 3/4 of a length. Moon Swag second on the outside, the same margin. Past the Champagne, against the rail, and third by 2. And then Carlin's Catch is fourth by just a head. Malathat alongside her. She's in fifth toward the outside, 4 lengths off the lead, 2 more lengths back of that pair, then to Will's Secret. First half mile went in 48.56 seconds. Over to the far turn, Simply Ravishing is the leader, and Moon Swag is still there toward the outside and past the Champagne, looking for some running room. Looks toward the rail, nothing there. Looks between horses, nothing there. And is still third toward the inside. Malathat coming to the quarter pole is still back in the 4th spot, 5 from the lead. Here comes past the Champagne. She now finds the opening, and she moves up and takes the lead, moving off the far turn. Past the Champagne, gets the jump, turning for home, has the advantage out to 4 lengths in the blink of an eye. Malathat trying to chase her down into the final furlong of the Central Bank Ashland. Past the Champagne, a 2-length lead. She leads it by a length and a half. By a length, Malathat still trying. Past the Champagne, Malathat running on from the outside at the line. Malathat gets up to win it for Shadwell Stable and Joel Rosario in the Central Bank Ashland.
It was just a matter of time before those big strides were able to run down.
Keeneland's 9th race, 84th running of the Central Bank Ashland Grade 1. Number 5, Malathat, owned by Shadwell Stable of Rick Nichols, trained by Todd Pletcher. Joel Rosario, 3 in a row. Up onto the main track and head up the backstretch, but Kamari will go second. And then Sané Noose down to the inside. Estilo Talentoso between horses runs along in the 4th position, now third by just ahead. Another length and a half to Fair Maiden, far outside in 5th. Bell's the 1, 6th. Wisconsin last of the 7, and Monday Call the leader. Monday Call leads it by a length through the far turn. Sané Noose is second to the inside ahead. Kamari, far outside, is third. Estilo Talentoso, 4th in between horses. Fair Maiden, Bell's the 1. Wisconsin at the back. Opening quarter went in 22.9 seconds. Monday Call, the leader, around the far turn. Leads Kamari by just a length. And then Sané Noose toward the inside in third, a length and a half off the lead. Estilo Talentoso is 4th on the outside, 3 lengths from the front. Gap of 2 more. Bell's the 1. Fair Maiden on her outside. Wisconsin is last. Monday Call to catch. Sané Noose looks to the inside. Kamari there to the outside. Estilo Talentoso is 4th. Sané Noose still looking for some running room. Bell's the one's going to run late, but still 5th. Here's Kamari to strike the lead in the final furlong. Estilo Talentoso and Bell's the 1 between horses. Kamari has the lead. Bell's the 1. Estilo Talentoso. Kamari in front. Kamari trying to fend off the challenges. Keeneland's 10th race, 20th running of the Madison Grade 1, number 5, Kamari. Owned by Tinbrook Farm Incorporated of David Mowat, trained by Wesley Ward, the jockey Joel Rosario. 2 stakes wins today for the combination of Wesley Ward and Joel Rosario. Joel, 5 wins total, 4 straight stakes. Kamari, a 4-year-old Munnings filly out of Cozy Up Lady by Cozine, bred in Kentucky by China Horse Club International Limited. 7 furlongs, 1 minute, 21.53 seconds. And they're off in the Toyota Bluegrass Stakes. There goes Highly Motivated from the inside, right out for the early lead. Essential Quality comes away up close to the outside to challenge for the top spot as they head down to the first turn. Highly Motivated scoots over next to the rail. Essential Quality goes second up on the outside. Rumbauer hugs the rail behind the front pair in third. Hush of a Storm is up close in fourth. Keep Me in Mind toward the outside is in fifth. Sitting on Go is 6 back toward the inside. Hidden Stash seventh. Leblin eighth. Untreated ninth and last as they hit the backstretch. The opening quarter in 23.83 seconds. Highly Motivated, the leader. Highly Motivated in front, a half length. Essential Quality goes second by a length. Keep Me in Mind is toward the outside in the third position. Hush of a Storm far outside fourth. Rumbauer sneaks up the rail. Fifth to fourth to third. A length and a half off the lead. Sitting on Go. 6 between horses. Hidden Stash. Leblin Untreated at the back. It was 48.21 seconds, the time for the opening half mile. Highly Motivated, the leader. Essential Quality is second. A half length. Separate the top 2 onto the far turn. Rumbauer is third. Keep Me in Mind fourth on the outside. Now taking third ahead, 2 lengths off the front pair. Hush of a Storm in fifth. Hidden Stash between horses. Down toward the inside in sixth. And still 6 lengths off the lead. Highly Motivated has the lead coming toward the quarter pole. Essential Quality second on the outside. Still a half length separate the top 2. And they've opened up by 7 lengths off the turn to Hidden Stash, who swings wide in third. Here comes Essential Quality now, taking aim once again at Highly Motivated, who still has the lead coming into the final furlong of the Toyota Bluegrass. Highly Motivated with the advantage. Essential Quality is still driving at him from the outside past the 16th pole. Highly Motivated. Essential Quality. What a finish. The champ remains unbeaten. Essential Quality to win it for Luis Saez. Keeneland's 11th and featured race, 97th running of the Toyota Bluegrass Stakes. The winner, number 4, Essential Quality. Owned by Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Brad Cox for his second win on the card. 4 wins today for jockey Luis Saez. Essential Quality, a 3-year-old son of Tappet, out of Delightful Quality by Elusive Quality, bred in Kentucky. Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse, where the main track is listed fast and the turf is listed good. Rail is up on the turf course today. It is set at 20 feet. Time now for a look at the program changes beginning in the first race. First race kicks off the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes. Also begins the early pick five. A carryover for the Super High Five jackpot, $25,195. In the opener today, jockey change for part of entry number 1 Norwood. That'll be Rafael Bejarano. Part of entry number 1 Norwood, the jockey Rafael Bejarano. The weight is okay. Couple of overweights in that race, though. Number 3 Social Mandate, the jockey 2 pounds over. And number 8 Baytown Frosty, the jockey 2 pounds over. Again, 3 Social Mandate is +2, and the 8 Baytown Frosty carries 2 pounds of overweight. Second race is where the early pick 4 begins. No changes in race 2. Third race, that's where the pick 6 starts today. There's no carryover. In the third race, scratch the 8 Balacala. Scratch the 8 Balacala. Fourth race, that's where the late pick 5 gets underway. Scratch the 2, Make a Joyful Noise. Scratch the 3, Madame Overserved. Scratch 2, Make a Joyful Noise, and scratch 3, Madame Overserved. As a result of those scratches, no superfecta, no trifecta, no show wager on the fourth race. Race 5, that's where the late pick 4 begins. Scratch the 2, Kitsy. Scratch the 2, Kitsy. Sixth race, overweight, the 2 Testy Kitten, the jockey 4 pounds over. The 2 Testy Kitten, the jockey 4 pounds over. Featured seventh race, scratch the 6 Loving Moment. Also scratch the 7 Naomi Broadway. Scratch the 14 Gun Society, the 15 Breeze Rider, and the 16 Stop War. Once again, scratch the 6 Loving Moment, the 7 Naomi Broadway. Also scratch the 14 Gun Society, 15 Breeze Rider, and 16 Stop War. Please note, number 13, More Than Unusual, draws into the race. There's a jockey change in that seventh race. Number 5, Choate Bridge, jockey Corey Lannery. 5, Choate Bridge. Contrary to the program, the jockey will be Corey Lannery. Eighth and final race has no changes at this time. Now let's check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudet.
A very happy Wednesday to you, Kurt Becker, and for those of you joining us on track and joining us at home, Scott Hazelton, Gabby Gaudet will be with you throughout this entire race card and the future race cards here at Keeneland Racecourse. Gabby, it is a perfect spring afternoon here in Central Kentucky.
Perfect spring day. It feels a lot differently than it did last weekend, but happy to kick off a full race week, Wednesday through Sunday this coming up week. We've got some nice stakes races as we approach the weekend, but a good 8-race program to kick off today.
First race of the day, 2-year-olds. We look forward to that, but let's go to the feature, race number 7 on this 8-race card. 2 other than allowance race, 1 mile and a 16th is the distance that these fillies and mares will be asked to go on the turf course, which is still listed as good as it was in the first 2 days of racing. And you can see the scratches. The 13 does draw in, and the rider, as Kurt pointed out, Choate Bridge, make it Corey Lannery, but a very wide open race and a difficult race in the late race exotics.
And the lukewarm morning line favorite is the number 11 Pocket Square, making her stateside debut, a filly by Night of Thunder. This one for Chad Brown, a Juddmonte Farms homebred, and picks up Irad Ortiz Jr. Today is his first day riding in the Bluegrass.
Looking forward to the featured event, part of the late pick 4, the late pick 5, and with it being just an 8-race card, race number 5 is what will get the late pick 4 underway for us here on this Wednesday, which means race number 4 will start the late pick 5. We're 22 minutes away from the opener on a gorgeous afternoon here at Keeneland. Race number 1, now 21 minutes to post. We're getting a live look at these youngsters down in the paddock. 2-year-olds going 4.5 furlongs, the third 2-year-old race of this spring meet. And no surprises here as far as the wagering. Wesley Ward still looking for his first 2-year-old winner of the spring, has the 4-5 favorite. But I'm going to the 3, Social Mandate, as the top play. John Hancock came close to winning a 2-year-old race on opening weekend here at Keeneland with a filly that, if she would have gotten away from the gate a little bit cleaner, would have won that race. And this draw for this filly, if she breaks sharp, she should be good. John Hancock has come with some great info with the 2-year-old races in general, and he said to me, this is a filly that's going to win. So at 4-1, we're getting the price because of the attention with the Wesley Ward runner, and she looks nice down there. Daughter of Strong Mandate, a Keeneland January sales graduate from last year in 2020, and she comes in with a sharp half-mile work in 47-3. So Social Mandate is my top play in the opener. The 6 is my second selection. That is Vodka in Water, and this has to do with pedigree. It's a colt by Fed Biz, a Keeneland graduate from the September sale of 2020, who is a half-brother to a couple of first-out winners, Buffalo Gal and Ruby Y'all, or 2-year-old winners, rather. Ruby Y'all was the first-out winner, so the pedigree is there. Robert McCutcheon does well with his first-time starters. I'll go with that runner, the 5, Vodka and Water, as one that you've got to respect. But the 6 actually is the second choice. John Ennis sending this colt out by Midshipman with Jimmy Graham. Good workouts coming in. John Ennis had a successful run with the 2-year-old last weekend, and this is a barn that you've got to respect undoubtedly. And then finally, the number 4 horse, that's Coffee Maker for Wesley Ward. Filly looks fantastic down in the paddock. She looks maybe a little bit more developed than these other 2-year-olds in here, Gabby. And Irad is in the saddle. Always going to take money of these Wesley runners, and it's because he wins a lot of these. So that's why you see 4-5 on Coffee Maker, who's a half-brother to Zano, who won his second start in a $35,000 claiming race. This filly may have a little bit more quality than her half-brother.
I know Wesley Ward has not won either of the 2 baby races so far, which we saw last weekend, but I think now's the time that the barn is going to heat up with the 2-year-olds. The barn has already heated up as he won 4 stakes races last weekend alone. But Coffee Maker, she, as you mentioned, Scott, she just looks more developed, stronger than the rest of the field here today. So, and Wesley, I trust. I did go to the 4 Coffee Maker on top. She is that 2-year-old filly by Jimmy Creed. We see his progeny be pretty precocious. And out of Heaven's Touch, Scott mentioned the half sibling, but the mare herself, she won twice at 2, and she won her first time out against Maiden Special Weight Company. So the 4 Coffee Maker, I think I read our tease-up board today. Wesley is going to start getting serious with his 2-year-olds right now. The 6, Vital, is my second selection for trainer John Ennis. He sent out a very impressive first-out winner last weekend, 2-year-old. And this colt is by Midshipman. I love Midshipmans. They're usually pretty good on either surface, turf, dirt. They can be pretty precocious as well. And this is out of a mare, Pinot, who she was just okay. This is the first foal of hers to race, but she is by Into Mischief, so you get a good combination. Midshipman with the Unbridled Song influence, and then also the Into Mischief on the bottom side of the pedigree. James Graham gets the mount for the 6, Vital. And then the 3, Social Mandate. Scott was mentioning how much the connections like this horse. And when you look at her compared to the rest of the field, she actually has a lot more length than the rest of the field, where the Coffee Maker, who is kind of compact and very strong looking, she's got a lot of length to her. Tall, leggy filly with a long neck, elongated features. Sometimes that can be a good thing. Sometimes it can be a bad thing for these 2-year-old races, but the connection certainly think that she is ready to go today. She's a filly by Strong Mandate. I really like the mare that she's out of, Tensas Harbor. She made over $500,000 running against Louisiana breds throughout her entire career. She won a couple of Louisiana bred stakes races, so she was a really hardy mare. She looks like she put this filly together pretty nicely as well. The 3, Social Mandate, with Corey Lanner aboard for John Hancock, comes into this race with a nice local drill here, going a half mile at Keeneland. It's another baby race, 4.5 furlongs on the main track to kick off this 8-race program, 17 minutes out. Good luck.
Your attention, please. Late scratch in Keeneland's first race, scratch number 4, Coffee Maker. Late scratch in Keeneland's first race, scratch the 4, Coffee Maker, injured in the paddock. Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race, the Lantern Hill. Starts the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes. Also begins the early pick 5. Carryover for the jackpot super high 5, $25,195. A reminder, the late scratch 4 Coffee Maker, scratch 4 Coffee Maker, injured in the paddock. Change of jockey for part of entry number 1 Norwood, Rafael Bejarano. That's part of entry number 1 Norwood, Rafael Bejarano. Weight is okay. Overweights the 3 Social Mandate, the jockey 2 pounds over. 8 Baytown Frosty, the jockey 2 pounds over. Fast track, 6 minutes to post. Track is fast, turf good.
4 minutes away from the opener here at Keeneland on this Wednesday afternoon, and a much different field now to discuss, Gabby, after this 4-horse flipped in the paddock and was scratched, as was announced by Kurt Becker. So that changes the complexion of this race dramatically and now puts Social Mandate as the clear favorite at even money.
You're not going to get your price, Scott. She's even money. I'm very sorry to say. But she looks ready, in my opinion. Looking at her from afar, she looked like a tall, lanky type of filly. But when you get up close to her, she actually looks really strong. We'll start with the one Norwood, though. Both halves of the entry, Scott. The one Norwood, he does not seem like he's got his mind on business. And the reason why I bring that up is because he was getting bet. He was 8-1 at one point. But when you look at other horses in here, there are other horses that look a little bit better mentally prepared for today.
He's drifted up to 11-1. Let's go over to the favorite, the 3 Social Mandate, a filly that was getting a pretty stiff warm-up, I should say, when they came away from the post parade under Corey Lannery, filly tackling the boys here today. And she's now been bet down to 4-5. There she is back behind the trees.
Yeah, but she just looks strong. Good shoulder, good hind end. She's very big, too, kind of in between as well. So she just looks well prepared, and I expect her to be fast. She's going to have to be.
Vidal is the number 6 horse for John Ennis, midshipman colt. He was just telling us that this is a fast horse, and at 3-1, he's being bet like it.
Another one, when you look at the size and the scope of the horses in this race, I would say the 3 probably has the most size to her, and then the 6 Vital is probably close behind. So he's another one that looks like a fast sprinter. I wouldn't be surprised if he's the fastest coming out of the gate, Scott.
And just one last look at the number 7 horse, Jack the Lad. There he is warming up, another one out of the John Ennis barn.
These 3 horses stood out to me. The 3, the 6, and the 7, Jack the Lad. Jack the Lad just looks like he's got a healthy, hydrated coat today. He's by Street Boss out of a Forest Wildcat mare, so you could have some speed on the bottom side, a little bit on the heavier side, but he still looks like a horse that could be well prepared for debut.
2 minutes to post.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, the Lantern Hill, start of the early pick 5. They are at the post. And they're off. Social Mandate broke a step slowly down toward the inside, now starts to move up down toward the rail. In the meantime, Jack the Lad and Baytown Frosty go 1-2. Social Mandate now moves up 3 positions from 6th into 3rd, just over 2 lengths off the lead. Vidal, a wide 4th. Vodka and Water is in 5th. Then a gap of 7 more lengths. Back to Eli in 6th. Kachi Rulo, a wide 7th. Kavod is 8th. Norwood, a distant 9th. They turn for home. And Baytown Frosty, the leader. Vidal swings wide in 2nd. It is Baytown Frosty with the lead by 5 lengths coming to the 8th pole. Social Mandate down toward the inside. Moves up into 2nd, still 3 lengths off the lead. Vodka and Water goes toward 3rd on the far outside. Final furlong, Social Mandate coming after Baytown Frosty. Vodka and Water is between that pair now in 3rd. Social Mandate from the outside. Vodka and Water 2nd. Social Mandate, Vodka and Water. Social Mandate, Vodka and Water. Social Mandate, after breaking slowly, wins it by a head over Vodka and Water for Corey Lannery.
Corey did not panic after this filly did not break sharp. He settled back in about the 3rd position and works his way out and has a pace setter to run at. And she showed some guts here on debut. Social Mandate overcoming that tough start to win at even money.
And not only that, I thought the 8 was absolutely gone at the top of the stretch. She just faded to finish 3rd. And then she had to reel her in and hold off the late charge of the 5, who was really game on the inside. But her class prevailed at even money, 3-5 narrowly, and the 8 for 3rd unofficially.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race in the photo. Number 3, Social Mandate was first. 5, Vodka and Water 2nd. 8, Baytown Frosty 3rd. The 1A, Kavod, was 4th. And the 2, Kachi Rulo, was 5th. 3, 5, 8, 1A, 2, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first, the Lantern Hill, 3, Social Mandate, owned by Randall Glosson, trained by John Hancock. Corey Lannery, the jockey. Social Mandate, 2-year-old filly by Strong Mandate out of Tensas Harbor by Private Vow. Bred in Kentucky by Cantrell Family Partnership. Keeneland sales grad gets the Headley course 4.5 furlongs in 52.12 seconds. Results of the first official, 358 1A2. The official results, Keeneland's first. Super High Five jackpot carryover, $25,848 for the next applicable race, which will be race 3. Keeneland's second race upcoming, double and pick 3. Wagering started the early pick 4. Main track fast, turf good today. The upcoming second race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. No changes in race 2. Third race, scratch the 8, Balacalla. That's in the third race. Scratch the 8, Balacalla. Reminder, the turf is good. The rail set at 20 feet. Fourth race, scratch the 2, make a joyful noise. Scratch 3, Madame Overserved. That's in the fourth race. Scratch the 2, make a joyful noise. Scratch 3, Madame Overserved. As a result of those scratches, no superfecta, no trifecta, no show wager on the fourth. Race 5, scratch the 2, Kitsy. That's race 5, scratch the 2, Kitsy.
22 minutes away from the start of the early pick 4 here on this Wednesday card at Keeneland. And the number 6 horse is the 9-5 favorite. That's Cleveland Simpson for trainer Eddie Keneally, looking for back-to-back wins after breaking the maiden last time out. A few of these horses facing winners for the first time here today, including the 3. That's my top play. 8-1 right now on one-night standards for Dane Kabisky. This is a colt that broke the maiden on the turf at Ellis Park, but has run some solid races on dirt, including a second in a maiden specialweight race, albeit a small field, but set the pace in that maiden specialweight race at Indiana Grand. And perhaps Kabisky can get this horse out in front with Malcolm Franklin today. Gets Lasix for the first time. Love the price. Love the recent efforts, especially the dirt efforts, with the favorites in this race being horses that broke their maiden on the synthetic track up at Turfway Park. So 8-1 on one-night standards with Malcolm Franklin is where I start. Then the number 6 horse on the outside, the I shouldn't say heavy favorite, but clear favorite. That's Cleveland Simpson for Eddie Keneally. Broke the maiden on the synthetic track, showed some speed that day. We'll see what Declan Cannon can do from this outside post. Always has been a horse that has been more forward when he runs his better races. He's had races where he's been well off the pace, and he's just simply not been as effective. For example, the race 2 back at Ellis Park. Even though he did make up ground, he ended up finishing 4th, beaten 2 3/4. So we'll see what Declan Cannon opts to do from this outside draw. I think that they've got to be on the send, most likely, to try to get some good position going into the first turn. And then finally, Hard Sting for Andrew McKeever, a horse that comes back to dirt after that synthetic try for 30, gets Drayden Van Dyke in the saddle. I think that this is some class relief for this gelding. Had run some good races up in Maryland, Gabby, comes up out of some live races. He'll be a clear closer in here. I think that he'll just let this race develop out in front of him, he and Drayden Van Dyke, and try to make a run at him around that far turn.
Looks good in the paddock here. He's my second selection. I landed on the 4 Eastern Symphony as the top pick for me. Looks great in the paddock, too. Healthy coat. This is a horse that I think took some time for them, the connections, Maratson Call, to figure out. He first started sprinting on the main track. Then they stretched him out to a distance of ground on the turf at Ellis. And then finally, in his last start of last year, they stretched him out to 1 1/16 on the main track. And ultimately, I think that's what he wants to do. He doesn't seem like that much of a closer. I think he needs to be forwardly placed in order to be effective. But I saw some guts in his last race. You can see in the short comment, it says prevailed by a hair. And in order to do that, you have to have a little bit of courage. So I saw that from him in his last race. Now he has been sidelined since then. He's kind of a bigger horse. Maybe he got better with a couple races underneath of his belt. But I ultimately just think that he's better going 2 turns. So I did land on him. Hopefully he's ready to go off the layoff. The 5 Hard Sting, Scott mentioned, has some good form in Laurel when he was trained by Dale Capuano. He does look like a horse that's going to need a pretty quick pace to close into. The one race in which he won was that maiden $10,000 race back in Laurel last October, and it was a very slow pace, and he found himself close to the pace. I don't really foresee that happening here, but he is a consistent sort, especially against this field today. And then finally, the 6 Cleveland Simpson. He's your 2-1 favorite right now, and I like the fact that he has one race underneath of him since last August, so at least there's a little bit of a fitness edge there. And his last race was okay. The question is whether or not he's going to be more effective or less effective on the main track. He's never tried a fast main track before in the past, only synthetic and turf. So that is a little bit of an unknown, but it does seem that this is the right class level for this Eddie Keneally trainee right now at 2-1. We've got 18 minutes to post. Horses are getting saddled in the paddock. Good luck in race 2. If you're playing those multi-race sequences, this race does kick off. The early pick 4 and pick 3 wagering is also available. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. Claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, a $20,000 claiming price. A mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. No scratches, no jockey changes in the second race. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the early pick 4. Post time at 8 minutes.
Horses warming up on track here for the second race, coming in up next at Keeneland. And right now we have a pretty nice looking board. We've got the 2 at 5-2, the 4 at 3-1, the 6 at 5-2, the 5 at 4-1. I mean, there's not much that separates any of these particular runners. And I can't say that I'm surprised, because a lot of these horses come in off of maiden victories from all parts across the country, whether it be Ellis from last summer, Turfway, even Keeneland last fall. There's a lot going on in this race, but I will say one horse that looked particularly well on the track today was the 2, Cancellara, for trainer Ben Colebrook. This is a horse that closed off the pace to win at Turfway last time out on the big class relief. I think there's some upside with this horse just because he only has 2 career starts. He's lightly raced. He comes into this race off of a victory, but just in general, he looks like he should be fine handling the main track today from a physical standpoint, and he just looks fresh, bright, ready to go, and he's getting a good warm-up under Luis Saez, which you always like to see here this afternoon. And then one other horse I just wanted to mention is the 4 Eastern Symphony. He is a big horse, and when I look at him closer, I'm still a little concerned whether or not he's going to be fit off the layoff. He looks like a healthy, happy horse. That's not my concern. It's just whether or not he can be prepared off of this lengthy layoff, as we have not seen him since October of last year. He's on the board right now at 3-1, but a wide open board. We're 5 minutes out from the second.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick 4. First wire. They are at the post. They're off. There goes Cleveland Simpson from the far outside. Eastern Symphony up close as well in the opening strides, and Hard Sting is right there in between that pair as they make the move down into the first turn. Eastern Symphony against the rail now has the early lead. Leads it by just a half length. Cleveland Simpson draws alongside the leader from that second spot. They're separated by a neck up top. Gap of nearly 2 then back to Hard Sting in third. Another 2 lengths to Cancel Lara fourth. Crown the Prince fifth. And One Night Standards last. 24.37 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Cleveland Simpson on the outside puts ahead in front. Eastern Symphony right there to the inside and second by a length and a half. And then Hard Sting in third, stalking that front pair, now looking toward the far outside, less than a length off the lead. Cancel Lara close up in fourth, but then a break of nearly 5 lengths back to One Night Standards, who moves up 1 spot from last around the outside of Crown the Prince. 48.57 seconds for the opening half mile. Cleveland Simpson, the leader by a neck, over to the far turn now. Eastern Symphony second, a half length. And there's Hard Sting trying to join that front pair, moving up a closer third, challenging for second to the far outside. Cancel Lara tries to get engaged with the front trio, has to go 4 wide around the far turn as they come toward the quarter pole, now moves up into third. Eastern Symphony has lost ground around the turn. Cancel Lara moving up to take the lead at the quarter pole by a half length, now getting clear by a length through the top of the short stretch. It is Cancel Lara in front by 3 lengths now. One Night Standards is trying to chase down Hard Sting to challenge for that second position. But the leader's into the final furlong, and that's Cancel Lara. A 5-length lead. One Night Standards goes to second around the outside of Hard Sting in third. Cancel Lara chased down the stretch by One Night Standards, but it is the short stretch. Here's the wire. Cancel Lara, Luis Saez to win it by diminishing 2 lengths. It was One Night Standards closing for second, further back Hard Sting third.
As expected, Cancel Lara coming through at odds of 9-5. She came from off the pace this time. She was wide around the turn, Gabby, and it did not matter as they came home at the top of that short stretch.
Yeah, it looked like he was kind of not really grabbing the surface in the beginning part of the race, and then he really elongated his stride and looked like everything was fine. He stalked the pace. Luis Saez with a well-timed move to get the victory today. And a nice runner-up performance from the 3, One Night Standards, who was closing the gap late.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race: 2 Cancellara first, 3 One Night Standards was second, 5 Hard Sting third, 4 Eastern Symphony fourth, 2, 3, 5, 4 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, 2 Cancellara, owned by Bedouin Bloodstock LLC of Neil Clark and Connor Doyle, owned also by Jason Litt, trained by Ben Colebrook, Luis Saez, the jockey. Cancellara, 3-year-old gelded son of Super Saver out of Silver Bullet Folly by Vindication, bred in Kentucky by Bedouin Bloodstock LLC, 8.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 44.5 seconds. Results of Keeneland's second race official, 2, 3, 5, 4, the official results. Keeneland's third race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, start of the pick 6, no carryover for the pick 6. There is a carryover for the Jackpot Super High 5, $25,848. In the third race, scratch the 8 Balacalla. Number 8 Balacalla scratched. Main track is fast. The turf is good. The rail at 20 feet for the turf today. Looking ahead to the fourth race, scratch the 2, make a joyful noise. Scratch 3, Madame Overserved. Again, scratch 2, make a joyful noise, and scratch 3, Madame Overserved. As a result of those scratches, no superfecta, no trifecta, no show wager on the fourth race. Race 5, scratch the 2, Kitsy. That's race 5, scratch the 2, Kitsy. Sixth race, overweight, the 2, Testy Kitten, jockey 4 pounds over. That's the sixth race, the 2, Testy Kitten, the jockey 4 pounds over. Featured seventh race, scratch the 6, Loving Moment. The 7, Naomi Broadway, also scratched the 14, Gun Society, 15, Breeze Rider, and 16, Stop War. Again, those scratches, the 6, Loving Moment, the 7, Naomi Broadway, 14, Gun Society, 15, Breeze Rider, and 16, Stop War. Please note, number 13, More Than Unusual, draws into the race. Jockey change on the 5, Choate Bridge, Corey Lannery. 5, Choate Bridge, Corey Lannery, the jockey. Eighth and final race has no changes at this time.
Race number 3 does start the pick 6 on this Wednesday afternoon at Keeneland. $1 minimum wager. We're 18 minutes away from post time. And it begins with a maiden special weight race for 3-year-old fillies. They'll be traveling 9 furlongs, 1.1 miles on the good listed turf course. And the 5 horse is the current favorite. That is the Flying Pharaoh for Christophe Clement. I'm going to go to the filly to the outside, A Thing of Beauty, a daughter of Bernardini for trainer Todd Pletcher and Luis Saez. A strong team as they have been over the last couple of months. This is a filly that gets the opportunity to stretch out in distance from 7.5 furlong, 1.16 races to 1.1 miles, and I think that moves her forward. And as we talked about earlier this morning on Today at Keeneland, there's a chance that Luis Saez is aggressive with her from the outside and maybe makes the lead in a race that really doesn't look like there's a clear-cut speed type of filly to go this distance. So I'll gamble that he will be aggressive with her. 5-1, an attractive price on A Thing of Beauty for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher and Luis Saez. Future Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher, excuse me. That's only a matter of time later on this summer. The second choice is the number 4 horse, Big B, for Bill Mott. 5-2, second choice right now in the wagering, an Air Force Blue filly who was bet on debut down at Tampa Bay Downs. She ran third with that trip under Junior Alvarado, and Johnny Velasquez gets the opportunity to ride the Air Force Blue filly here today. One that looks like should step forward with the added distance. She might have some decent position early on if the pace isn't all that fast, and she's getting respected at 5-2. And then finally, Gabby, the 5 horse, the Flying Pharaoh for Christophe Clement. She just needs to get away from the gate cleaner. She was bumped out of the gate. She lost a lot of position early on in that race and still ran on, only beaten 2 1/4 lengths. So if Rosario can get her away from there clean, you've got to expect an improved effort for the American Pharaoh filly here today. Pretty tightly, from a competitive perspective, very tightly bunched group. I don't think that somebody's going to be favored. Obviously, the 5 is taking the play, but I don't know that there's that much separation between these fillies. It's a pretty wide open race to start the pick 6.
I agree with you because they all come into the race off of similar performances, but ultimately I honestly did pick the 8. Originally, I had a pretty strong opinion of her in here. Unfortunately, she is a scratch, so I landed on the 7, A Thing of Beauty, as my top selection because I think she should be able to be on the lead. That's the theme in this race, is that there is absolutely no pace. And when you look at her last race, she was kind of caught down inside of horses at 1.16 miles. They went pretty quickly in front of her too that day, 23-3, 48-3 for the half. And she wasn't too far off of it, all considering. So I think with this field, outside draw, Saez will get aggressive with her, and maybe she could have the tactical advantage. The 4, Big B, that one race at Tampa, there were 3 horses coming out of the same race in this race, including the 8 who scratched. But the 4, Big B, and the 2, Turning Point both come out of the same race. And I think it was a good race, competitive against what they face here today. The thing about the 4, Big B, was that she saved ground throughout. So it kind of looks on paper that she made up a lot of ground, that she closed well from off the pace. I didn't really see it to be the case. She saved ground and she just kind of inherited third, but that's not to say that she can improve with the added distance to the 1.1 miles today. And then the 2, Turning Point, she had a completely different trip than the 4, Big B, and that's why I like her. She's not being respected on the board at all for trainer Graham Motion, but she had a bad outside post position. She broke 11 of 12. She was drifted, floated wide into the center of the racetrack in that first turn, and she just lost all of her position that day. Today, she's down on the inside. I don't think it'll be that fast of a pace. As I mentioned, they went quickly in that mile race at Tampa, but at 1.1 miles on this surface, I think she should be able to be more forwardly placed, or at least mid-pack today. She's a big, sizable, good-looking filly by Hard Spun, and I like her to hit the board at a big price at 19-1, the biggest price on the board at 19-1. The 5, the Flying Pharaoh, is your favorite, though. She did have early trouble. I didn't think she did much running late, but we could see a completely different running style from her here today in her second start with a cleaner break. We'll see what happens. She's a favorite at 2-1. Race 3 is coming up next.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, the Hidden Brook. Maiden special weight, 3-year-old fillies, 1 mile and 1/8 over the turf, listed good. Rail set at 20 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the pick 6, no carryover. Jackpot Super High 5 featured here. Carryover $25,848. Scratch number 8, Balacalla. Again, scratch the 8, Balacalla. Post time at 8 minutes.
Competitive race coming up next, as there's not much that separates anybody on the board right now. The 5 is your lukewarm favorite at 2-1, the Flying Pharaoh. But I look to another filly that I actually didn't use in the top 3 here for a shot, the number 1, Mulsanne. A second-time starter for trainer Rusty Arnold. I just thought she made a really nice appearance this afternoon. She looks like one that can benefit from a bit more distance. Sometimes that mile on the very firm course at Gulfstream Park can be a bit unforgiving. So I think she'll handle the surface a bit better going at 9 furlongs. But I just really liked her presence on track today. And then we'll go to the outside, the 7, A Thing of Beauty. Now, Luis Saez, he normally does give horses pretty strong warm-ups, just kind of gets to know the horse, gets a feel for them. But he did give this filly a strong warm-up as well, and I'm thinking that that might be a precursor to his strategy. I think he'll be able to hit the ground running once the gates open in an overall paceless race. But I want to bring in Scott Hazelton, as he just had the opportunity to speak to Graham Motion, who trains the 2 Turning Point. Scott, what did he have to say?
Well, he said that the post really did cost her a lot in that debut, and she's he said that it's kind of a strange setup, the way that races begin at Tampa Bay Downs, for having an outside draw. So a much better post position today. And I said, what are the tactics with this filly? Looks like, as we've talked about, there's very little pace in here. He said he told Drayden not to give her too much to do. So that means that she should sit close. And at 16-1, if she takes some improvement or makes an improvement here, we might be kicking ourselves for not having a couple of dollars on this filly. Turning point for Graham Motion.
Yeah, I don't really understand the discrepancy in odds, 16-1 versus the 4 Big B at 7-2, and they both come out of the same race. And the 4 Big B had a perfect trip, and Turning Point had a horrible trip. And what Graham is alluding to is there's a long shoot at Tampa, and then you have to make a pretty sharp left-hand turn. If you have an outside post position, you really lose all advantage with that configuration on the turf at Tampa. So we'll see what she can do. She's a big price. I like the way she looks as well. 16-1, 4 minutes out from the third. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, the Hidden Brook, start of the Pick Six. They are at the post. And they're off. The Flying Pharaoh off a step slowly. Here comes a Thing of Beauty out in the center of the course, striding forward to take the early lead. Big B moves up down toward the inside in the second position as they head for the first turn. A Thing of Beauty, the early leader for Luis Saez by a length and a half, stays a lane off the rail. Big B is there in the second position. Turning Point goes third. Laying Low Makendo is fourth. Ellis Forte in fifth. Bolzan is in sixth. And the Flying Pharaoh last of the seven as they move midway on the first turn. A Thing of Beauty is the leader. A Thing of Beauty leads at a length and a half. Big B second a length and a half. Then Turning Point, followed by Ellis Forte, who's fourth toward the center of the pack, down toward the inside. Is flanked there by Layin Low Makendo, then Bolzan, and the Flying Pharaoh last. 22.97 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. A Thing of Beauty is setting the tempo, midpoint of the backstretch. A Thing of Beauty on top by 2 lengths. Big B second by 2.5, nearly 3 lengths now. Back to Ellis Forte, who moves up to the inside of Turning Point. That pair side by side, disputing that third position. Another length and a half to Bolzan, who's next down toward the inside. Layin Low Makendo outside of that one. And the Flying Pharaoh last, 48.31 seconds. Nearly 8 lengths from front to back midway on the far turn. And A Thing of Beauty, the leader. Here's Big B inching forward just off the leader's flank in second. Turning Point tries to pick them up, still third, and still 4 lengths off the lead. Has lost some ground around the far turn, in fact, and backs up as they turn for home. And they have to catch A Thing of Beauty. The lead is 3 lengths to Big B in second. The Flying Pharaohs trying to get untracked on the far outside with an awkward move toward the center of the course, still well back of A Thing of Beauty. A Thing of Beauty with Ellis Forte going to second. 2 lengths separate the top 2. The Flying Pharaoh still far back. Here comes Ellis Forte. Ellis Forte is striding after A Thing of Beauty. A Thing of Beauty hangs on by a head to win it from Ellis Forte.
Well, as we thought, Luis Saez was aggressive from that outside draw. He got this filly to the front, and they went fast. 22-4, 48-1 for the half, and he was able to keep enough in the tank. He was sitting chilly at the quarter pole when they were coming to him, so at that point you had to feel that he had something left, and he had just enough to hold on. A Thing of Beauty, a nice win at 3-1.
He gave her just a little bit of a breather in the middle part of the race, and I think that's what helped her get to the finish line. She switches leads late. She looked really tired after setting those quick fractions early, but this is why Luis Saez wins so many races, because he is a very aggressive rider. So it looks like the 3 Ellis Forte, a really nice runner-up performance for trainer Ian Wilk as well.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. 7, A Thing of Beauty was first. 3, Ellis Forte was second. 1, Bolzan was third. 6, Layin Low Makendo was fourth. And the 4, Big B was fifth. 7-3-1-6-4 unofficial. Results of Keeneland's third race official, 7-3-1-6-4, the official results. Official winner of Keeneland's third, the Hidden Brook. 7, A Thing of Beauty. Owned by Jim Bakke, trained by Todd Pletcher. Back-to-back wins for Luis Saez on the card. A Thing of Beauty, 3-year-old filly by Bernardini out of Steely Magnolia by More Than Ready. Bred in Kentucky by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings, LLC. Mile and an eighth over the turf listed good, 1 minute 49.46 seconds. Carryover for the Super High Five jackpot, $27,609 for the next applicable race. That will be for race 5. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the late pick 5. Scratch the 2, make a joyful noise. Scratch the 3, Madame Overserved. 2, make a joyful noise. 3, Madame Overserved scratch. As a result of those scratches, no superfecta, no trifecta, no show wager on the 4th. Race 5, scratch the 2, Kitsy. Race 5, scratch the 2, Kitsy. 6th race, overweight, the 2, Testy Kitten, jockey 4 pounds over. That's the 6th race, 2, Testy Kitten, jockey 4 pounds over. Featured 7th race, scratch the 6, Loving Moment. Scratch the 7, Naomi Broadway. Also scratch 14, Gun Society, 15, Breeze Rider, and 16, Stop War. Again, scratch 6, Loving Moment. Scratch 7, Naomi Broadway. Also scratch 14, Gun Society, 15, Breeze Rider, and 16, Stop War. Please note, number 13, More Than Unusual, draws into the race. Jockey for the 5, Choate Bridge, Corey Lannery. That's the 5, Choate Bridge, Corey Lannery. 8th and final race, no changes at this time.
Race number 4 starts the late pick 5 today. Keep that in mind, 50-cent minimum wager. And I think a lot of folks will either hit the all button or maybe just lean on this number 6 horse as a single, as it's Kaylee's sister for trainer Brad Cox, looking to improve off of a 4th-place finish against tougher company at Turfway Park. She won on debut at Turfway Park. She is bred for the dirt by McLean's Music, so I don't think that the dirt should be an issue, and she's had several workouts here at Keeneland between the training track and the main track, and with the scratches, it really opens the door for this filly to be the headliner of this group. I think that Saez gets her away from there well. Even if she doesn't, I don't think that she loses that much ground, so Kaylee's sister is a pretty obvious one here in this field of 4 at odds of 3 to 5. The number 4 horse, Ms. V-Time, for Dale Romans in the Albaugh family stables. She's found her level in her last 3. They've run her for 50, 35, and 50, and she comes right back into similar spots. She is facing older company, and there's just the one older filly that she's got to worry about, the number 4 horse, Understandable. So it's a bit of a lateral move for her. If Rosario gets her away from there, she should be right there with the favorite, who's to her outside, Kaylee's sister. She might even end up on the front end if she breaks sharp, just based on the post that she has. So Miss V-Time, another one that's pretty easy to get to in this compact field. And then finally, the number 5 horse is the third choice, Ununderstandable, for PTK and Dane Kabisky. She's shown some speed. She was a pace setter in a 7/8 race back here in October of 2019. They've routed her in her most recent start on the dirt. She ran a decent second that day. I think you've just got to respect her on the drop in class more than anything, and wonder what the plan will be with Malcolm Franklin. Heck, she could even make the lead, Gabby, at odds of 9-2 if the 4 doesn't break quickly, or the 6 takes back, or maybe they all hook up and set things up for somebody to try to run them down. But there's, I think, a pretty clear understanding in looking at this race how it's going to be run, and it should be pretty quickly with these outside 3 fillies.
And the fact of the matter is, when you get a 4-horse field, a lot of the time they just bunch together. There's not much that separates any particular horse in the field, unless you want to get really aggressive and try to bottom out the field. And sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. But it's very hard to create that separation when you have a 4-horse field. Now, the 5, Ununderstandable, is going to be the top pick. I did really like this horse prior to all of the scratches, because I thought that she would be the speed. And I also like her cutting back in distance. A lot of the time, Dane Kabisky, the trainer, he likes to send his horses out of the gate. He likes to train a lot of speed into them. So I think that's what we are going to see from Ununderstandable. I just don't know if that's going to help in this smaller field. The one, Polished Gem, is a horse that I wanted to use. She had an awkward race last time out. She was really keen. She wasn't able to settle. And I think the important thing for her is to be able to settle. She also has a lot of natural speed, which I like in a field like this. So the one, Polished Gem, I'm going to be throwing into the mix there at 7-1. And then finally the 6, Kaylee's sister. I think people are just betting this filly because it's Brad Cox and Luis Saez. I don't necessarily think she needs to be 3-5. She won her first race at Turfway, but that was back in December. And then she came back to run in a 6-furlong race that I didn't think was really that fast. When you look at her figures and you compare them to other horses in the field, she isn't running significantly faster than them, but she is trained by Brad Cox, so I think that is what is bringing down the price on the 6, Kaylee's sister, at 1-2 now. So that's a field here for race 4. We are 15 minutes out as horses continue to get saddled in the paddock. Once again, this race does kick off the pick 5, so make sure you get those wagers in early. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race. Fillies and mares age 3 and up with a $50,000 claiming price, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. Scratch the 2, make a joyful noise. Also scratch 3, Madame Overserved. As a result of those scratches, no superfecta, no trifecta, no show wagering on the fourth race. Post time at 8 minutes. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, start of the late pick 5. They are at the post. Ununderstandable emerges from the gate. We'll move back into line in just a moment. Ununderstandable, examined, and approved to move back into line at the post. And they're off. There goes Kaylee's sister from the outside, outrunning for the early lead, but Polished Gem is right there, and Ms. V-Time between that pair. Ununderstandable last, but right there with the other three as they make the move up the back stretch. Kaylee's sister from the outside and Polished Gem against the rail. Half length separating the top two to the far turn. Ms. V-Time is third in between horses, and then Ununderstandable caught to the far outside, 3 wide to the far turn, just 2 lengths off the lead. Kaylee's sister is the leader. That opening quarter went 22.99 seconds. Kaylee's sister, the leader against the rail now by a length and a half around the far turn. Ms. V-Time second ahead. Polished Gem fights back to regain second and neck to her inside. Ununderstandable joins them again from the far outside. Still fourth, still 3 lengths from the front. They turn for home. Kaylee's sister with Polished Gem taking to the outside from second, but a length and a half between the top two. Then a gap of 3 more back to Ununderstandable. Ms. V-Time drops out to the back, and Kaylee's sister moves on through the final furlong, a widening 5-length lead. Back to Polished Gem in second. 16th pole, it is all Kaylee's sister. Luis Saez 3 in a row. Kaylee's sister just cruises on home to win it from Polished Gem in second. Ununderstandable was third, and Ms. V-Time fourth.
A big-time performance from Kaylee's sister under Luis Saez as he goes back-to-back on the card and does it this time for trainer Brad Cox. She got to the lead. She didn't have a big lead, but this finish from her was very impressive as she draws away and stops the clock in a very fast time, 109.4 the final time.
This was a big improvement for this filly. Some of the races that she was running in, 112 flat, 110.4, and then she finishes up in 109 and change in this race. So it was very easy in the end. We were talking about how great of a weekend Joel Rosario and Luis Saez had last week. Well, Luis Saez is continuing the momentum this week with 3 in a row.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race. 6, Kaylee's Sister was first. 1, Polished Gem second. 5, Ununderstandable third. 4, Ms. V-Time fourth. 6154 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, 6, Kaylee's Sister. Owned and bred in Kentucky by Dean Maltzman. The trainer is Brad Cox, the jockey Luis Saez, who has won his third in a row. Kaylee's Sister, a 3-year-old filly by McLean's Music out of Policy of Truth by Yes It's True. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 9.88 seconds. Fourth race, results official, 6154. The official results for Keeneland's fourth. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming. The turf listed good. The rail at 20 feet today. Double pick 3 and late pick 4 wagering. Scratch the 2 Kitsy. Number 2 Kitsy scratched. Jackpot Super High 5 carryover $27,609. Sixth race, overweight, the 2 Testy Kitten, 4 pounds over. That's in the sixth race, 2 Testy Kitten, the jockey, 4 pounds over. Featured seventh race, a reminder, scratch the 6 Loving Moment, scratch the 7 Naomi Broadway, also scratch 14 Gun Society, 15 Breeze Rider, and 16 Stop War. 6 Loving Moment, 7 Naomi Broadway, also the 14, 15, and 16 scratched. A reminder, number 13, More Than Unusual, draws into the race. Jockey change on the 5 Choate Bridge, Corey Lannery. 5 Choate Bridge, Corey Lannery. No changes in race 8.
Late pick four time. Race number 5 begins at 19 minutes to post. 3-year-old maiden fillies. They'll be going a mile and an eighth on the turf course. And we're looking right now at the number 6 horse. That is Never Content for Mike Maker. I think there's a chance that this filly could make the lead. And we saw the filly go wire to wire going a mile and an eighth in the race just 2 back for Pletcher and Luis Saez. Maybe she's a little bit more aggressive here in this spot with Tyler Gaffleone. I think there's a chance of that. That's why I'm willing to gamble with her at odds of 7-1, and comes out of that live race 2 back, which produced Jouster, who would go on and pick up a victory against Stakes Company this past weekend here at Keeneland. So Never Content, my top selection, 7-1 right now on the board. Then just a couple over, the 8 Wolfbane for Rusty Arnold. She's another one that could be out there close to the lead. She comes out of a 7/8 race, 7.5, and then a mile race, which was fairly quickly run. It shouldn't be that quick here today. But Luis Saez again, here's the Saez angle. She didn't get away from the gate cleanly in both starts. If Saez can do that, early position will be key. She's 5-1. I'm willing to gamble that with Rusty Arnold, who's had a really nice start to his meet. So I like these top 2 in the same fashion. I think they're interchangeable. 6, 8. Prices are good, 5-1 versus 7-1. And then finally, the 9 horse, Zuri, who is 5-1 as well. Godolphin paid $1 million for this filly at the Keeneland September sale in 2019 when she was a yearling. She's a half-sister to 3 stakes winners, Velvet Mood, Point of Honor, and Wicked Whisper, I think names that you're familiar with. She was the heavy favorite on debut. A lot of expectations are carried with fillies that go for this kind of money. Look for improvement for her here today, and you've got Joel Rosario in the saddle at odds of 5-1. So, Gabby, a very good betting race as we get set to kick off the late pick 4.
It is. When I was looking at the card today, I was probably most excited about this race, and then later on the 7th race, the featured event, just because I thought you could make some money. It's a good group of horses. And here I did land on the number 4 Sallet for trainer Kenny McPeak. This is a filly by American Pharoah. And her first race, just things did not go well for her. She was squeezed out of position coming out of the gate. Jose Ortiz lost his balance essentially and had to sit down in the saddle, and it took him a couple of strides to really get back in the saddle and or standing upright in the saddle and get her going again. So I thought she really was compromised with the beginning of the race, and then unfortunately had to swing really wide in the final turn too. So definitely not an ideal trip in her first start, and since then she's been on the dirt. I think the turf is definitely her preferred surface. The 7 money for Rowe, she might be one of the more attractive fillies in the paddock. She looks great for trainer Brian Lynch. And she is a filly that has tried even Maiden Claiming Company before in the past. Her first start for the barn, she closed from off of the pace to finish second as the favorite against Maiden Claiming Company. And she, I thought, was pleasantly surprising last time out. She finished a good third going a mile. And when you look at her as a physical, she just seems like longer the better. I don't think the mile is very suitable for her. So mile and an eighth should help her. And then finally, the number 3, Third Draft. One race underneath of her belt. Last time out, I just think she kind of lost contact with the field. And she needs to be, I think she's more effective when she can sit closer to the pace, or at least a little bit closer than where she was last time out. I still don't think she has a lot of natural early speed, but she shouldn't be that far back early. So the 3 Third Draft, a filly by Curlin, will be the third selection here. But 4, 7, 3 for me in the 5th race. Once again, this does kick off that late pick 4. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fifth race. The Diamond A Farms, maiden special weight, 3-year-old fillies, 1.1 miles over the turf, listed good, rail at 20 feet. Scratch the 2 Kitsy, number 2 Kitsy scratched. Double pick 3 and late pick 4 wagering. Carryover for the jackpot super high 5, $27,609. Post time in 8 minutes.
Late pick 4 gets underway in race number 5, 6 minutes to post. And these fillies, some of them get some solid warm-ups, including the favorite, the 3-horse third draft, Julian Late Peru for Shug McGahee, a fit-looking filly, a filly that certainly looks like she should improve with the added distance here today. I like the way that she's warming up as well. So 8-5 as the clear favorite in a really wide-open race, in my opinion, a tough one to move past if you're playing the late pick 4. And if you can, I think you're going to get to some easier races moving forward, including in race number 6. The number 5 horse perhaps tonight for Graham Motion. There's some buzz about this horse, getting some info here on track. This one is expected to run a big one. Drayden Van Dyke in the saddle. Drayden again riding for Graham Motion on the afternoon. Looks well enough in her warm-up. Very easy warm-up for this daughter of Sir Prancelot. Sir Prancelot, the stallion, had so much success with his U.S. runners that he was actually acquired, now stands out in California because they were lighting up the tote board so often. So the pedigree works, obviously, here in the United States. The 8, Wolfbane, Luis Saez. Maybe she shows a little bit of speed today. She's done with her warm-up, at least for the time being. We'll see if Saez opts to put her out on the front end here in this spot, if she can break well. Saez looking for 4 wins in a row on this race card. And then finally, the 9. She looked nice in her warm-up as well. It's easy to see based on her pedigree, half-sister to stakes winners Velvet Mood, Point of Honor, and Wicked Whisper, but also the fact that she's just so good-looking. Daughter of Union Rags that Godolphin paid $1 million for as a yearling at the Keeneland September sale in 2019. You got Rosario in the saddle. We'll see what he opts to do. He's one of the most patient riders ever, bottom line, and we saw that on full display with his stakes victories this past Saturday. Good luck if you're playing the late pick 4. It gets underway in 4 minutes here with race 5.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Dime a Day Farms, start of the late pick 4. They are at the post, and they're off. There's third draft down toward the inside. Here's Zuri from the extreme outside. Never Content, perhaps tonight between horses. Never Content moves forward down toward the rail, has the lead briefly, but Zuri starts to move up on the outside now, and Zuri takes the lead a half length. Never Content will go second to the inside. There goes Wolfbane moving up close third, heading into the first turn, stays toward the outside, traffic down toward the rail in the form of Salih, who is in the 4th position, saves ground around the turn, perhaps tonight alongside that one in 5th. And a break of 3 more lengths back to Money for Row, who travels in the 6th position. Third draft 7th, broke well, but now drops out toward the back next to last, and Scarabea trails 23.09 seconds for the opening quarter. Zuri is against the rail. Here's Never Content alongside. They're stride for stride up the backstretch. Never Content now taking the lead by a neck. Zuri is second against the rail by 3/4 of a length. And then comes Wolfbane on the far outside in third, moving up to challenge for that second position. Salih is down toward the inside and 4th by a neck. Then perhaps tonight, gap of 3. Back to Money for Row, third draft. Scarabea at the back, 48.12 seconds for the opening half mile. Never Content is the leader to the far turn. Leads it by a length and a half, 2 lengths now. Wolfbane goes to second. Zuri is dropping back toward the inside. Here's Perhaps Tonight moving up into third, 5 lengths off the lead as they come to the quarter pole. But Never Content is the leader at the top of the stretch, leading Wolfbane by a 5-length margin. Third draft has to swing out to the center of the course. Perhaps Tonight is there between horses along with Money for Row. And third draft is coming down the far outside with Money for Row. Perhaps Tonight all bearing down and starting to move by Never Content, who backs up to 4th. Money for Row puts ahead in front. Third draft on the outside. Money for Row, third draft is trying. Money for Row, third draft. Look to be Money for Row getting the nose down on the line, either that one or third draft in this afternoon's 5th.
The race completely turned over as the pace started to back up, which was set by the 9 and the 6. Here comes the 3 as well as the 7, Money for Row, and the 5 down on the inside. Perhaps Tonight. This is a tight finish, but it does look like the 7 is able to hold on to this victory once she gets to the front end.
It's very unusual that you see the middle horse prevail, Scott. Usually the inside runner or the outside runner has the momentum and the better position, but this filly was all heart in between horses. It's going to come down to the head bob, and it does look like the 7 had the head bob in the nick of time.
Here's another look at it. Inside is the 7. And it does appear from that angle, but the photo is on the board. Tight finish again here at Keeneland.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 5th race. 7, Money for Row, was first. 3, third draft, was second. 5, Perhaps Tonight, third. 1, Scarabea, was 4th. And 6, Never Content, was 5th. 73516, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, the Diamond A Farms 7 Money for Roe, owned by Roma Stable of Rahendra Maharaj, trained by Brian Lynch. John Velasquez, the jockey. Money for Roe, a 3-year-old daughter of Munnings, out of Repartee by Distorted Humor, bred in Ontario by Daybar Limited. Keeneland sales grad gets the 9 furlongs over the turf, listed good, 1 minute 49.26 seconds. Race 5, results official, 73516, the official results for Keeneland's fifth. Keeneland's sixth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Jackpot Super High 5 carryover, $29,412. In the sixth race, overweight, the 2 Testy Kitten, the jockey 4 pounds over. Looking ahead to the featured seventh race, a reminder, scratch the 6 Loving Moment. Scratch the 7 Naomi Broadway. Also scratch the 14 Gun Society, as well as 15 Breeze Rider and 16 Stop War. A reminder, number 13, More Than Unusual, draws into the race. Jockey change on the 5, Choate Bridge, Corey Lannery. That's the 5, Choate Bridge, Corey Lannery. No changes, race 8. wide in second. It is Baytown Frosty with the lead by 5 lengths coming to the 8th pole. Social Mandate down toward the inside, moves up into second, still 3 lengths off the lead. Vodka and Water goes toward third on the far outside. Final furlong, Social Mandate coming after Baytown Frosty. Vodka and Water is between that pair now in third. Social Mandate from the outside. Vodka and Water second. Social Mandate, Vodka and Water. Social Mandate, Vodka and Water. Social Mandate, after breaking slowly, wins it by a head over Vodka. Super high 5 jackpot carryover. Night Standards is trying to chase down Hard Sting to challenge for that second position. But the leader's into the final furlong, and that's Cancelara. A 5-length lead. One Night Standards goes to second around the outside of Hard Sting in third. Cancelara chased down the stretch by One Night Standards, but it is the short stretch. Here's the wire. Cancelara, Luis Saez to win it by diminishing 2 lengths. It was One Night Standards closing for second, further back Hard Sting third. Around the far turn, in fact, it backs up as they turn for home. And they have to catch a Thing of Beauty. The lead is 3 lengths to Big B in second. The Flying Pharaohs trying to get untracked on the far outside with an awkward move toward the center of the course, still well back of a Thing of Beauty. A Thing of Beauty with El Est Forte going to second. 2 lengths separate the top 2. The Flying Pharaoh still far back. Here comes El Est Forte. El Est Forte is striding after a Thing of Beauty. A Thing of Beauty hangs on by a head to win it from El Est Forte. Fourth, still 3 lengths from the front, they turn for home. Kaylee's Sister with Polished Gem taking to the outside from second, but a length and a half between the top 2. Then a gap of 3 more back to Ununderstandable. Ms. V-Time drops out to the back, and Kaylee's Sister moves on through the final furlong, a widening 5-length lead. Back to Polished Gem in second. 16th pole, it is all Kaylee's Sister. Luis Saez 3 in a row. Kaylee's Sister just cruises on home to win it from Polished Gem in second. Ununderstandable was third, and Ms. V-Time fourth. The top of the stretch, leading Wolfbane by a 5-length margin. Third Draft has to swing out to the center of the course. Perhaps tonight is there between horses along with Money for Row. And Third Draft is coming down the far outside with Money for Row. Perhaps tonight, all bearing down and starting to move by Never Content, who backs up to fourth. Money for Row puts ahead in front. Third Draft on the outside. Money for Row, Third Draft is trying. Money for Row, Third Draft. Look to be Money for Row getting the nose down on the line, either that one or Third Draft.
Race number 6 does provide the final pick 3 opportunity of the afternoon here at Keeneland Racecourse, and it's a starter optional 20, and you've got a heavy favorite as expected. No surprises on the action on Don't Forget. For Robertino Diodoro, Miguel Mena gets the opportunity to ride this 5-year-old son of Alternation. He's won 6 of 20, and boy, when he gets going, he just rolls. He's been able to put together these multiple race win streaks in the past and has done so since being claimed off of Steve Asmussen at Remington Park. Diodoro took him to Oaklawn, where it's tough to win a race, and he won right off the bat at odds of 10-1, backed it up with another victory against Starter Company at odds of 6-1, not getting that price here today, and you've got to think that this is an easier spot for this 5-year-old. So if he shows up with what we've seen from him in his last few, it's going to be very tough to beat Don't Forget for Diodoro, who had a really nice meet back here at during the fall meet here at Keeneland Racecourse. So we'll see if he can pick up his first win of this newly open meeting for the spring. The number 5 horse just to his outside, Maupai for Antonio Miraz, comes in from Chicago, has been up at Hawthorne, recently was third against optional allowance company, and has run against some tough company. That is a good race that he comes out of. 109 flat is a legit time at Hawthorne up there in Stickney, Illinois, and he was third behind the Tabulator, who's a very fast horse in his own right, who finished second in that race. So that is a quality group, and that's why you've got Joel Rosario in the saddle, 9-2. If you're looking to take a swing against this favorite, strongly consider the number 5 horse as he gets set for his first race here at Keeneland Racecourse. And then finally on the outside, Savage Nation, a horse that's got some speed, comes down from Mahoning Valley in Ohio, but is in good form right now. It's hard to ignore what he's been able to do. And Gabby, he's been involved in some very quickly run races, but he's going to have to step up his game with Luis Saez. But at least he's got Saez, and I think that's why he's 7-2 versus the 5 being 9-2. I think the 5's a little bit better, but the money is following the day that Luis Saez is having here.
All of these horses are going to have to step up their game, or the 4 Don't Forget's going to have to not deliver his best effort today. I really see that being the only scenario in which this horse loses. Don't Forget is just simply running faster than the rest of the field that he faces today. And you mentioned he's been capable of having back-to-back wins on form, but he's definitely never been in the form that we've seen him in as of late. And on top of that, he's really not that slow. I thought it was actually encouraging that on a fast main track last time out, he found himself about a length off the pace, because that would be my biggest concern, is that the 7 kind of gets loose on the lead here, and this horse just can't close the gap in time. But he can be tactically placed. He can be forwardly placed with the 4 Don't Forget with Miguel Mena. So I really did think that he looks to be the single in the late pick 5, late pick 4 sequences. He is the single on my late pick 4 ticket. The 4 Malpais is the same. I see this race very similarly to Scott. This is a horse that shouldn't be too far off of it, and he's been pretty versatile in the afternoon. He can be on the lead, he can stalk. Those are really his 2 best positions, and the class is there. He's running consistently fast races, which I think put him, probably better than most horses in here. So he seems like a legitimate alternative. And then the 7 Savage Nation, I do think that the only way that the favorite loses is if the 7 Savage Nation gets out on the front end and steals this race. And I wouldn't be surprised, because it's Luis Saez. We know how aggressive he can be. He already has 3 winners on today's program, and this horse is in good form. I am at least happy to see him come into the race off of a big win last time out. He hadn't ever run a race like that, even on a track with moisture before in the past, so that was his career best, and maybe he's really starting to turn things around here. So the 7 Savage Nation, I would say, is the biggest threat to the favorite with his natural early speed. But 4-5 on the 4 Don't Forget, no surprise. We'll see if he can make it 3 in a row off the claim for trainer Robertino Diodoro.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race. Starter, optional claiming race, $20,000 claiming price, 4-year-olds and up. 6 furlongs over the fast main track. No scratches, no jockey changes. Overweight, the 2-testy kitten, the jockey 4 pounds over. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. A carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $29,412. Post time at 8 minutes.
Seven minutes away from race number 6. Again, the final pick 3 of the afternoon begins here. And observing a couple of these horses that perhaps wasn't considering before seeing them out here on the track. The 2-horse Testy Kitten is where I'll start. On his toes, looks like he's ready to go. And there's a horse that's been able to run some big sprint races in the past. In fact, look at his career record at the distance. 6 races at 6 furlongs, 4 victories. So he's a horse who knows how to sprint and win. He's a big price at 23-1 as he continues to warm up here for this 6th event. Same can be said about the 3 ice skipper Edgar Morales in the saddle. He was revved up and ready to go. He's a horse that looks ready off of a year layoff. So a horse that last seen in 2019, in August of 2019, being beaten double-digit lengths and just not performing well. If he's ready to go here on the comeback for Rick Jordan, he's a big price at 40-1. He certainly looks like he's ready to go in this spot. The number 4 horse, don't forget, he's just a cool customer, and you can see it here in the warm-up as well. He came out not on his toes at all, just all class as he came out here for this big opportunity to win 3 in a row. And he's continued to look the same, just doing whatever Miguel Mena is asking of him in this spot for the warm-up, 3-5, and deserving of that kind of favoritism. You can just see how relaxed he is for a horse that he can relax off the pace, and I think that's indicative of what we're seeing here with the way he's acting in this warm-up. And then Malpais, the number 5 horse, a good-looking gelding with Joel Rosario in the saddle. As mentioned, he's capable of running some fast times, and we'll see what he's able to do here today in trying to defeat this heavy favorite. Still a good price. Good prices everywhere, minus the 4, but the 4 deserves this kind of billing as we are 5 minutes away from race number 6.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race. They are at the post. And they're off. And there goes Savage Nation from the outside for the early lead. Starts to clear the inside traffic and angles down toward the rail. Joyful Heart comes away running in the 2nd position. And then Testy Kitten, who's between horses, in 3rd. Malpais moves up in the center of the track, 4th to 3rd to 2nd, a length off the lead. And then further back, I Skipper is 5th. Land Battle is 6th. And don't forget, last of the 7, 22.64 seconds the time for the opening quarter, 7 lengths from front to back. Savage Nation, the leader. Malpais, a half length off the lead toward the outside, in 2nd by 2 lengths. Joyful Heart is 3rd against the rail, a half length. Land Battle is in 4th. Now, don't forget, has switched lanes toward the center of the track, has picked up a couple of positions, but is still in the 5th spot, center of the track, 5 from the front. They turn for home. Malpais coming forward for the lead. Don't forget, is running on behind that one to the far outside. They're past the 8th pole. Malpais, the leader by 2, by a length and a half. Don't forget, still moving on the outside, but the leader's at the 16th pole. Malpais in front. Don't forget is 2nd. Malpais and Joel Rosario win it by a length on the line. Don't forget was home 2nd, then further back Land Battle got 3rd.
Well, Malpais bringing the very mild upset here at odds of 3-1. We talked about it before the race. Gabby is capable of running these big sprints in the past. And the difference here is he had the jump on the favorite. The 4, don't forget, just left himself with too much work to do and a fast horse to chase down that he could not.
Yeah, I don't know why this horse, the 4, don't forget, found himself so far off of the pace. He normally sits a little bit closer to the pace, but he just had way too much to do when it was all said and done. And Malpais got the jump on him to pull off the upset. Looks like 5-4-6 unofficially for the 6th.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. 5, Malpais was 1st. 4, don't forget, was 2nd. 6, Land Battle 3rd. 7, Savage Nation was 4th. 1, Joyful Heart 5th. 5-4-6-7-1 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's sixth race, 5 Malpais, owned by Francisco Villa, trained by Antonio Meraz, Joel Rosario, the jockey. Malpais, a 5-year-old gelded son of Hardspawn out of Delegance by El Corredor. The winner bred in Kentucky by Connie and Richard Snyder. 6 furlongs, 1 minute 9.79 seconds. Results of race 6 official. 5-4-6-7-1, the official results for Keeneland's 6th race. Keeneland's 7th and featured race upcoming, the Mockmer Hall, 1.1 over the turf, listed good, rail at 20 feet. Starts the last of the day is rolling doubles. Jackpot Super High 5 will feature a carryover of $32,226. Scratch the 6, Loving Moment. Scratch the 7, Naomi Broadway. Also scratch the 14, Gun Society, the 15, Breeze Rider, and the 16, Stop War. Remember, number 13, More Than Unusual, draws into the race. And there's a jockey change on the 5, Choate Bridge, Corey Lannery. Corey Lannery rides the 5, Choate Bridge. No changes in race 8.
This is the 7th and featured event here this Wednesday at Keeneland Racecourse. And race number 7 is a 2 other than second level allowance race for fillies and mares that'll be going 1 mile and a 16th on the good listed turf course here at Keeneland Racecourse. And we're looking right now at the number 3 horse that is Tuned, my top selection. She is the favorite right now at 2-1. The idea here is that she is just simply coming out of tougher races than the rest of these mares. She ran against Antoinette in her last race. She was 4th, beaten 2.5 lengths. Antoinette is a very nice Godolphin mare on the grass course, so the class relief is significant for Tuned. You've got Joel Rosario in the saddle. You've got Graham Motion opting to take this drop down in class. I had a conversation with him earlier this afternoon about this, and he had a long discussion with Al Shakab Racing in the plan and what they wanted to do. Obviously, they could have stuck with these stakes races moving forward, especially here at Keeneland with the big one coming up on Saturday, but they opted for the easier spot, and it does look like they're in a big chance. They'd have a big chance for that working out for them here today with this Chestnut mare by Tornado. So Tune, my top play in here at odds of 2-1. Then I go to the rail filly that is Flabbergasted for E5 Racing and trainer Mark Cassie. She hasn't been seen in 7 months, but the last time we saw her, she had really found her stride. Now, maybe this is too short, but she's run well going 1 mile and a 16th in the past. She comes in with a series of good workouts between Fairgrounds and most recently over in Louisville at Churchill Downs. She worked 46-4. It looks like she should be ready to go. And if she's the same sort of filly we saw from her at the age of 3, she is a threat in here with Tyler Gaffleone, who is so good on this Keeneland grass course. So 7-1, a good price on Flabbergasted out of the Mark Cassie barn. And then finally, Gabby, the 11 horse on the outside, that is going to be my third choice pocket square for Chad Brown and Juddmonte Farms. They have done so well with determining the fillies and colts that can come over here and adapt to U.S. racing and take to the firmer ground that they typically see here versus racing in Europe. This is a filly that's out of a Dan Silly mare by the name of Shared Account, and Dan Silly bloodlines do very well in the United States. You got Irad Ortiz Jr., you got Chad Brown, and she's getting plenty of attention right now as she is the clear second choice at 5-2.
Scott, this is a great field coming up next. I've been looking forward to this race, a wide open event, I think, and you have to respect where the money is going with the U.S. debuter here for Chad Brown at 5-2. But I ultimately landed on a big long shot, and that's the 5 Choke Bridge at 20-1. I'm really liking how this mare looks in the paddock, and she has a little bit of dirtied up form, so I thought that we would be able to get a price. Now, something that you mentioned earlier, Florent Giroux was originally named to ride. The horse on the AE does draw in, so he is obligated to ride that for trainer Brad Cox. And Choke Bridge does get Corey Lannery to ride. But I like it because Corey has been aboard her 2 times before in the past, including that win 3 starts back at Gulfstream Park. And you have to give her the benefit of the doubt or the pass for her last race. She just had a horrible go of it, just an unlucky trip from start to finish. And her race 2 starts back, she unfortunately lost to a Chad Brown filly by the name of Bacchanalia, who just got the jump on her that day. This filly had too much to do and couldn't wear down Bacchanalia, but it was a solid field at Gulfstream. And then prior to that, she won in hand, visually very impressively, in that first level allowance race at Gulfstream by 2 lengths. So I do think the talent is there. She just needs to get the right type of trip, and I'm willing to take a shot with her at 20-1. I don't think she deserves to be that high on the tote board. When you look at this race, I thought that in some ways the filly to beat is the 3 Tuned because of who she's been facing, especially her performance last time out in the grade 3, the very one, because it was a scenario where I thought there would be a couple of fillies to go to the lead, and unfortunately Antoinette, who is very classy in her own right, she went to the lead, nobody went with her, and she went gate to wire. So this filly was, or mare I should say, was pace compromised, and it was also a different class level than what she faces here today. My only problem with her was those 2 losses against Allowance Company at Woodbine and at Belmont. I really thought she should have won her race at Woodbine, although she did get a wide trip. So I think today is the day that she really has to show up. And then finally we get to the 11 Pocket Square. She's a big, sizable filly, and she looks well prepared off of the layoff here for trainer Chad Brown. No surprise there. We'll see what she can do. She's kind of a hard read in terms of where she will be placed throughout the running of the race. I don't know if she'll be able to show that much speed. And I don't think that there's much pace in here, so that could be a problem for this favorite to overcome. She's on the board right now at 5-2. One horse I did want to mention that could be a long shot in here to perhaps use. I just thought she looked great in the paddock. Was the 8 in a hurry for trainer Shug McGahee. She's coming into the race second off of the layoff. I just thought she looked really classy, really nice here in the paddock. So maybe another filly to consider. The 8 in a hurry. As saddles are on in the horses in this field, we are 16 minutes out from race 7, the featured event on this 8-race program here at Keeneland. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's featured 7th race, the Mockmer Hall, an allowance for fillies and mares age 4 and up. Mile and a 16th over the turf listed good, rail at 20 feet. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Carryover for the jackpot super high 5, $32,226. Scratch the 6 Loving Moment, scratch the 7 Naomi Broadway. Also scratch 14 Gun Society, 15 Breeze Rider, and 16 Stop War. A reminder, number 13 More Than Unusual draws into the race. Jockey changed for the 5, Choate Bridge. Corey Lannery, the jockey for number 5. Post time, 6 minutes.
Five minutes away from the featured 7th race. We'll start with Tuned, the continuing to be the favorite at odds of 5-2. Actually has moved into the same spot as the 11 horse, the Juddmonte runner, who's 5-2. But Tuned, the mare that's getting the class relief, she was all class coming out. She's not the biggest filly, but she certainly is a filly that has the ability to run big races.
And sometimes you don't really want to see too big of a filly at this distance on the turf. Just in general, she looks like a lightly framed, solid individual. Like I said, she is probably the horse to beat in here. She's going to have to work out a trip, though. My problem with her is that she has not won since October of 2019.
The 8 in a hurry, she's a good price, 10-1. She's a filly that won back-to-back races between Laurel and Gulfstream Park. She was not far from being stakes placed in reality, and the Here Comes the Bride back in February of last year. She's only had one start this year. I thought she looked really nice, and I don't think there's anything wrong with her form.
Yeah, look at her on track. She's got her ears forward. She's taking in her surroundings. I just thought she impressed me in the paddock and trackside. She just seems extremely classy, Scott.
Pocket Square, the Juddmonte runner, is the 11 horse. This is a horse that when she came out onto the track, she didn't want to quite go with the pony. So Irad kept her away, and she's continued to be that way. She's settled in a little bit more, which is positive than what she was when she first came out onto the racetrack. But a really nice-looking filly, Juddmonte homebred by Night of Thunder out of shared account, expected to run a big race. She's just moved to the favorites role at odds of 2-1. And then finally, the 13 More Than Unusual, a horse that draws in off the also. Don't forget about this horse, 6-1 right now is the price on this 13. That is a big price on a really good-looking filly. She might have made the best appearance just from a physical standpoint in a group of really good-looking fillies when she came through the tunnel. Again, 6-1 on the 13, who does get the ability to run here with the scratches down to the inside. So a classy group of fillies, and we look forward to seeing this one and who can best themselves in this mile and a 16th test. The featured event, 3 minutes to post. It's race 7.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th and featured race, the Mockmer Hall. They are at the post, and they're off. There's Walking Marrakesh between horses, flabbergasted to the inside. Here comes More Than Unusual from the center of the course. Tizara up close, and A Hurry up close as well in the opening strides. It is More Than Unusual from the outside, taking the lead by just a neck. Flabbergasted is there toward the inside, though, and will save the ground around the first turn from that inside starting spot. Flabbergasted is the leader 3/4 of a length, and More Than Unusual goes second a length. Tizara third against the rail, In a Hurry fourth. Walkin' Marrakesh 3 wide from fifth, now taking fourth just over 2 lengths off the lead. Broadway Lady, center of the course toward the center of the pack, is in the 6th position. Gamblin' Train is 7th to the inside. Pocket Square is 8th toward the outside. Tuned is in 9th against the rail up the backstretch, nearly 9 lengths from the lead, and is joined there by More Good Times next to last, and Choate Bridge, who trails 22.4 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Flabbergasted is the leader by a length after an opening half mile in 47.35 seconds. More Than Unusual, second now toward the outside. Tizara moves up third against the rail. And then Walkin' Marrakesh, fourth on the outside, 2 lengths from the front, midway on the far turn. In a Hurry, fifth between horses. Broadway Lady moves up 1 position from 6th, but wide around the turn, 5 lengths off the lead. Gamblin' Train is next. Then Pocket Square. Pocket Square looks toward the outside. Tuned is against the rail. That pair 8 lengths from the front. They turn for home. More Than Unusual coming after Flabbergasted. Walkin' Marrakesh third. Tizara in fourth. Gamblin' Train in fifth. Pocket Square is in 6th. In the final furlong, More Than Unusual with Pocket Square running to the outside. Tuned is going to dive toward the rail, still fourth. Pocket Square from the outside, Tuned up the rail. Pocket Square to the lead. Late run also from Choate Bridge. Pocket Square. Irad Ortiz Jr. to win it. Tuned was home second. And then it was Choate Bridge with that rally getting up for third.
Well, what an impressive debut from Pocket Square. She was well off the pace, but talk about a filly that picked it up late. What a turn of foot from this 4-year-old filly, and it looks like yet another successful, it certainly has been here, but moving forward into stakes company, you've got to think, Gabby, Pocket Square for Juddmonte, a former runner over in Europe. Look out for this one in this filly division for Chad Brown.
Yeah, before the race, Scott, she was acting a little bit ornery on track, but she is just all attitude and all talent. This was a serious late kick as she closed from off of the pace to win easily in the end under Irad Ortiz Jr. A very impressive stateside debut today.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's featured 7th race, 11 Pocket Square finished first. 3 Tuned was second. 5 Choate Bridge was third. 13 More Than Unusual fourth. And the 2 Gambling Train fifth. 11-3-5, 13-2 unofficial. Race 7, results official. 11-3-5, 13-2, the official results for Keeneland's 7th race. Official winner of Keeneland's featured 7th race, the Mockmer Hall 11 Pocket Square. Owned by the Juddmonte Farms Incorporated, Garrett O'Rourke, Chad Brown trains. Irad Ortiz Jr. is the winning jockey. Pocket Square, a 4-year-old daughter of Knight of Thunder, out of British bred shared account by Dan Silly. The winner bred in Great Britain by Juddmonte Farms Limited. Mile and a 16th over the turf listed good, 1 minute 41.17 seconds. Keeneland's 8th and final race upcoming. No scratches, no jockey changes. Main track listed fast. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $36,860.
Final race of this Wednesday afternoon, race number 8. This is a group of sprinters, 7/8 middle distance horses, really 4 and up, which have started for the tag of $5,000 or less over the last couple of seasons, or you can run for the $10,000 claiming price. The 4 is the second choice, but is my top selection. High 5 Cotton for Jose Delgado. Ships up from Tampa Bay Downs, where I'll admit, and most can see this, everybody can see this if you got a past performances in front of you, he's burned some money as of late. He rattled off back-to-back wins late in the season last year, but he's been beaten favorite in his last 3 starts against starter allowance optional types like he's facing here today at Keeneland Racecourse. But the fact that Jose Delgado, who's a very good trainer, opts to ship him all the way from Tampa Bay Downs to Keeneland, there's something in this plan. Maybe that division down there in this starter ranks is a little bit tougher at Tampa Bay Downs than what Delgado feels here. He gets Luis Saez, which is another positive. So I don't think you can quit on him based on the group that he's facing here today, because the second choice, the 6, Ike, you're looking at back races at route distances where he's winning. Is he truly a sprinter? He ran some solid races against 2 other than company at Remington back in 2019, but he's clearly not the same horse. So for him to be the second choice in here, and he's a nice-looking son of Painter, a homebred for West Rock Stables, and he gets Irad Ortiz Jr., I just think shows you the depth of talent in here, and really a situation where the 4 may have just found an easier spot than what he's been facing down at Tampa Bay Downs. You got to respect Ike, but is he really want to go 7/8 of a mile is the biggest question that he has to answer. And then finally in here, Gabby, the 1A, part of this coupled entry, you get both of them, but I think that the 1A Favola for Juan Cano has some upside here. Getting back to sprinting, unlike Ike, some of his best races have come at this distance. So he fits here, and Florent Giroux does take the call. So 4-6-1A to round things out here in the final race this afternoon from Keeneland Racecourse.
Yeah, you and I see this race pretty much similarly, except different order. I did wind up on the number 1A Favola here because I think for 2 reasons. This horse is dropping in class. This is a much easier group than what he faced last time out. And that was a starter allowance race at the $30,000 level at Oaklawn. Those races come up extremely tough. A big field of 10. He was forwardly placed, probably went too fast early, and I also don't think that he is a 2-turn horse. I think he's probably a little bit better going 1 turn, and 7 furlongs could be just his ideal distance between the 6.5 and 7 furlongs. So I see this horse really making a rebound today under Florent Giroux. He's going to be the top pick. The 4 High 5 Cotton, I saw the same thing that you did, Scott. And it's interesting because Jose Delgado, I'm very familiar with him down in Florida, whether it be at Tampa. A lot of the time he ships horses in at Gulfstream Park as well. And he hits at a high percentage. You can see on the year he's about 24%. And he has apparently brought a couple of horses here for the spring meeting. He had a horse entered last weekend. He's got a couple of horses entered this week as well, and it seems like he's been very selective with what he has brought to Keeneland, and they've been, at least his one horse that he ran, ran well. So I think this horse is one to consider. He just has been a bit of a money burner, and I would say maybe trust him a little bit more today, but 9-5, this race might be a little bit more wide open than 9-5, considering his recent form. And then the 6, Ike, I couldn't really determine. I ultimately used him 3rd in here because I don't know if he's better going longer or shorter. I think he needs the lead, and maybe he just doesn't have the stamina to lead the field and go a distance of ground, and maybe it's just a little bit too tough of him to make the lead in sprint distances, traditional sprint distances like 6 furlongs. So this could be the right distance for him, 7 furlongs, maybe this middle distance. But I do think he's a little bit one-dimensional in that he needs the lead. And that is a lot to ask for a horse that's 2-1. So we'll see what he can do. I'm hoping for an aggressive ride by Irad Ortiz Jr. That could be the best case scenario for the 6 Ike. As horses are all saddled up here for the 8th and final race on this 8 race program, we are 10 minutes away from today's finale.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th and final race, starting a starter optional claiming race for a $10,000 price, 4-year-olds and up. Beard course, about 7 furlongs, main track fast. Carryover for that jackpot super high five, $36,860. No scratches, no jockey changes. Post time at 7 minutes.
Okay. Going to start this conversation, frontside conversation, with one of the bigger prices on the tote board, 23-1 on the number 2 horse, 70 Cat, a gelding by Courageous Cat. He draws the rail with the coupled entry in here, so no concern as far as ground loss. I mean, it's not ideal, as we talk about all the time, Gabby, to be down on the inside, and he probably doesn't have the speed to run away from him there, but he sure looked nice when he came out.
Well, this is a race, and sometimes 7 furlongs can be a tricky distance. We always say that because some horses are sprinters. They don't want to quite go this far, and some horses are distance horses that don't want to go this short. So it really is an extremely particular distance. With this race, I think that there might be some sprinters that might be overextended. So this horse could very well get the setup, that pace coming back to him. But I agree with you, Scott. I thought he was on his toes. He just looked really ready to go today. Maybe a horse you want to consider if you're playing an exacta or a trifecta here.
Most are considering High Five Cotton. He's getting a majority of the money at 8-5. This is the gelding that we discussed quite a bit, and here he is in his warm-up. You've got to like what you're seeing from him as he warms up with Luis Saez.
Yeah, he's not the biggest horse in the field, but he's very light on his feet, and I like the warm-up that he's been getting under Luis Saez. And I think the key to him, Scott, when you look at his last 3 races, his last 3 losses, it's been because he's been too far off of the pace. He's a horse that needs to be forwardly placed, and it should help that he's going 7/8 today.
And then finally the 6, he looks as good as any when he came out for the post parade. It's just a question of what is going to be the approach here. Can he make the lead if, in fact, he is a horse that needs to make the lead, the 6 Ike?
I think he'll make the lead. It's just a question of class. His last race was off the layoff against open $7,500 claimers, and the waters have gotten deeper and the distances have gotten a little bit longer as well. He looks great on track. I don't quite trust him in here. I think he's a horse that needs the lead, and we'll see if he gets it.
3 minutes away from the final race on this glorious Wednesday afternoon at Keeneland Racecourse.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th and final race. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Ike for the lead from between horses. High Five Cotton, Red, Blue, and True have speed. Diddley comes away running fourth up on the far outside as they hit the main track and head up the backstretch. It is Ike between horses with the lead ahead. Red, Blue, and True is second right there to the inside. Diddley joins them far outside in third. High Five Cotton against the rail is in fourth. Break of 2 more lengths then to Congrats This, who travels toward the center of the pack in fifth. Starship Mercury sixth. There goes Favola, moving up a couple of spots from seventh toward fifth against the rail. And then Stay Home further back in the eighth position. Distorted Ransom is ninth. Long on Luck is 10th. And 70 Cat is last of the 11. It was 22.78 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Ike is the leader against the rail by a length and a half. Diddley goes second by a half length. Red, Blue, and True is third toward the inside. High Five Cotton is fourth, looking toward the outside, 3 lengths off the lead. Favola in fifth is still 5 from the front. A gap of 2 more. Congrats This, Stay Home, Starship Mercury. They turn for home. Top of the stretch. And here comes Diddley. Here comes High Five Cotton, bearing down to the outside of Ike, who's still there down toward the inside. Red, Blue, and True is still in fourth position. High Five Cotton to the lead past the eighth pole. Stay Home looks for an opening between horses, shifting lanes toward the inside. Stay Home coming after High Five Cotton. Stay Home at the 16th pole strikes the lead. Late run from 70 Cat. Stay Home in front. It is Stay Home to win it for Miguel Mena. Close for the runner-up position, either High Five Cotton or 70 Cat for that runner-up spot.
Stay Home coming from off the pace at odds of 5-1 to score as the favorite. Gabby, High Five Cotton, he ran the same sort of race that we expected. It just wasn't good enough late to hold off this horse that was cutting back in distance.
As Stay Home, words we're well familiar with in this day and age, but this horse ran a hole in the wind today. Down on the inside, I really didn't even see him until the late stages of the race, but a really nice move coming down the stretch to just pass the 4 High Five Cotton late. And Scott, our long shot there, the 277 Cat might have gotten up for second. It's going to be close, though. We'll let the judges decide with a photo, but definitely the 3 Stay Home on top.
Photo for place, hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. 3 Stay Home was first, 4 High Five Cotton second, 2 70 Cat was third, the 7 Congrats This was fourth, and 9 Diddley was fifth. 3-4-2-7-9 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th race, number 3, Stay Home. The winner owned and trained by Jeff Hiles. Miguel Mena, the jockey. Stay Home, a 7-year-old gelded son of Stay Thirsty out of Elusive Raven by Elusive Quality, bred in Kentucky by Rapoli Stable Incorporated. Beard course, about 7 furlongs, 1 minute 27.81 seconds over the fast main track. Race 8, results official, 3-4-2-7-9, the official results of Keeneland's 8th race. At Keeneland, the pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. Late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. No perfect tickets, no single perfect ticket in the Super High 5 jackpot, so the carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $41,792 when live racing resumes here tomorrow, post time 1:05 p.m. Eastern. This reminder, advanced wagering is available on the rest of the simulcast card, and betting windows will close shortly. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.